All right, we're on the record in docket 22-02594. People of the state of Michigan versus Sean L. Allen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jacob Whiskey on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Scott Nickel on behalf of Ms. Allen, who is present over Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Sean Allen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Miss Allen?
Yeah,
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that the defendant still has COVID or is purporting to have COVID. I believe adjournment is appropriate given that the people are somewhat skeptical of this. This was also an adjournment on the 31st. We would ask for some sort of show cause. I would ask for a show cause to be set for the next prelim for her to provide some sort of proof. My understanding is she's tested positive and has been told to quarantine by a doctor. I think it's reasonable that those things could be provided.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Nickel? Miss Allen is indicating that she continues to have COVID. I think that's why we adjourned it the last time.
Yes, and she indicated she took a test yesterday, or she got the results for a test yesterday, said she was positive. She has an appointment with the doctor today at 11 o'clock. And I absolutely, before the next prelim date, will provide the proof of the positive tests and documentation from the doctor.
All right, if you provide that to Mr. Wisty to his satisfaction, that'll take care of any issues concerning whether,
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
legitimacy of the request. So
Absolutely.
this is a request for an adjournment. I have no reason not to believe that Miss Allen is still under the grasp of COVID. So we'll get a new date. For the record, she waived her 21-day rule previously.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
November 23rd, it's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving at 9 o'clock.
November 23rd at 9 o'clock.
That'll work.
Okay, Miss Allen, we've reset your preliminary examination for November 23rd at 9 a.m. Please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Nickel, in regards to that date or any questions you have. And then you'll also provide him with any documentation concerning your COVID, okay?
yeah, I have a doctor's appointment today to confirm and verify what's going on.
All right, all right. Anything else for the record, docket 22-02594, Mr. Wisty?
Just for clarification, a show cause is not going to be set on the 23rd. I can bring some sort of a motion if I don't get proof or how procedure.
We can set it for show cause on that same date since she's gonna be here already. Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
I would expect to be able to clear that up in advance.
Okay, so show cause set for same date to provide documentation on COVID.
And I'll send you an email once I'm done with court today. Okay, Miss Allen?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right.
All right, anything else, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Nickel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. We'll see you on the 23rd, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
So.
02665, people of the state of Michigan versus Raheem Tate. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Assistant Public Defender Steve Cornish on behalf of Mr. Raheem Tate, who's in the court and standing to my right.
And sir, you are Raheem Tate?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today We had some preliminary conversations concerning this case already in chambers. Mr. Witsi, how are we proceeding today?
It's my understanding that the defendant will be waiving his 21 days, and this will be adjourned. The reason being is just obtain counsel.
And Mr. Cornish?
That's correct, Your Honor. I've spoken with my client. I've explained the difference between waiving a prelim and waiving the timeline of the prelim, reassuring him that he still gets a prelim date. We're going to get a new one from Miss Wendy today, and that he's willing to waive that 21 days officially on the record today.
Perfect. And you were just retained in the last couple days, right?
I was appointed last night.
Appointed last night. May I inquire of your client of his waiver of the 21-day rule?
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Tate, you understand that you have a preliminary exam, you have the right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your arraignment. That's what we've been talking about. So you get representation to make sure that you're represented before the preliminary examination. If you waive your right to a preliminary examination within the 21-day period, you won't be waiving your right to a prelim, only the timeline, which is to have it within 21 days. And in the previous times, I've adjourned it for good cause, so you'd get counsel. Now you've got counsel, and we want to make sure your counsel has discovery and all those things that come with representation. So you'd only be waiving your right to a prelim within that 21-day period. We've set it out of that 21-day period. Is that your intent today?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you're only waiving your right to a preliminary examination within 21 days, and a prelim is a preliminary examination, a probable cause hearing in which the people of the state of Michigan would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime was committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you waive that right today, you'll only be waiving it within a 21-day period and not your right to a prelim in general.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that what you want to do today?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I find the waiver of the 21-day rule to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will reschedule
December 1st at 8:30.
for December 1st at 8:30.
Very good, Your Honor.
Mr. Tate, if you have any questions, please keep in contact with the public defender, Mr. Cornish, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22026665, Mr. Whiskey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Cornish?
Nothing from the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, we'll see you on the 1st, okay?
Okay.
All right. So on the record in docket 22-01904, people of the state of Michigan versus Terrell S. Duncan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Terrell Gunkel, who is present and standing at council.
And sir, you are Terrell Duncan?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a preliminary examination. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is the defendant will be waiving the 21 days. We'd like the preliminary examination adjourned. We'd also request another probable cause conference be set. Defense attorney has some things he'd like to go over and believes that would be appropriate, given the circumstances of this situation.
Correct. In my understanding, Mr. Carter, you're new on the case in regards to your appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Somewhat new.
Yeah.
This thing was scheduled for, this case was scheduled for PCC on last Friday. For some odd reason, the court didn't get me notice to it, and I believe they got that figured out, and I didn't know about it. And I think Mr. Wisty contacted me on Thursday, as a good prosecutor would, to determine what was going on with the PCCs. I explained to him at that time I was in trial. I was picking a jury out in Eaton County on Friday.
Right.
And I asked him that if we could treat the PCC, the preliminary exam, as a further PCC. And I guess my client hadn't waived his 21 days, so we kept it on. But I assured Mr. Wisty that he didn't need witnesses here because I had a doctor's appointment, all sorts of different things.
Right.
I guess maybe I'm making too much of a record, but it would be more beneficial. I did talk with my client shortly today regarding this case. There's a few things he'd like me to follow up on that may determine whether or not we actually need a preliminary exam. So that's why I wish that it'd be another PCC.
Okay, we'll set it for another PCC and a prelim date.
Probable cause conference at 1:30 on the day before Thanksgiving, the 23rd.
So November 23rd at 1:30
And the exam to
for
follow,
PCC and prelim
12/1 at 8:30.
12/1
Uh,
at 8:30. Does that work?
Well, yeah, that'll work
All right.
because that's motion day out.
All right.
Okay.
And then may I inquire of your client of his 21-day rule?
Sure.
Mr. Duncan, you understand you have the right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment.
Yes, sir.
We've talked a little bit about this, but that a probable preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people of the state of Michigan would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime is committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You'd of course be represented by Mr. Carter. He would contest any charges or cross-examine any witnesses the state would bring against you. You have that right within 21 days. We're not going to waive the right to a preliminary examination. We're just waiving the timeline. So you have it outside of that 21-day period. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is it your intent today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days of date of arraignment?
Yes, sir.
All right. I find the waiver of the 21-day rule to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. We'll reset this for probable cause conference on November 23rd at 1:30 and preliminary examination for December 1st at 8:30. Anything else for the record, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on this file, and then we'll just address the other file quickly.
All right.
Anything else on this file, Mr. Carter?
No, Your Honor.
So if the Lions games come on Thanksgiving, the eve of Thanksgiving, I gotta be here instead of watching the Lions.
The eve of Thanksgiving, is it on Thanksgiving or the eve of Thanksgiving?
No,
I believe it's on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You'll be good. You'll be good. You get to watch the Lions lose with the rest of us. On 22-02185, that's the case Monday that was set. It's a misdemeanor. And because of Mr. Carter's indications that you'd had conversations with him, we did not issue a bench warrant because you didn't know if you were supposed to be here or not. You knew you'd already talked to Mr. Carter.
Yes, sir.
So we're just going to reset that for November 21st.
First at 10:30.
Okay, so we'll set that on the same date of your, no, it's 2 days before, because it's got to be a misdemeanor date. So we're gonna set that for November 21st at 10:30.
Okay.
Okay, and you should get notice of that, but Nathaniel's,
Mail it.
yeah, so we'll mail it to your last address. But it'll be November 21st at 10:30.
My last address, I'm sorry, Judge, my last address and my current address.
Well, let's find out we got the right one.
645 East Jolly, apartment 10. 4891.
10, that's what we got. We have 645 East Jolly, apartment 10, Lansing, Michigan, 48910, with a phone contact of 517-431-4185.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. All right. All right. And so that's all for the record. We'll reschedule the misdemeanor for November 21st. And then we'll see you on November 23rd for the probable cause conference. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Wisting?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. That's all for the record in these
Thank-
files.
Good day, Judge.
You
Thank
too. Dash 00980, people of the state of Michigan versus Justin Caswell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Caswell.
And sir, you are Justin Caswell?
Sure, I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we've reached a plea agreement. The people will be dismissing count 1. In exchange for that, defendant will plead to an added count 2 of a motor vehicle use without authority, but without intent to steal, commonly referred to as joyriding, violation of MCL 750.414. There is a restitution agreement for $1,000 to be paid to a Benjamin Davis. I do have the restitution sheet prepared, Your Honor.
Okay,
And that would be, so the statute is It's 2 years and or $1,500. Secretary of State shall suspend driver's license in accordance with MCL 257.319. The statute does allow for the court to reduce the punishment for not more than 3 months or a fine of $500 in the case of a first offense of this charge. There is a killable agreement that the defendant will be sentenced pursuant to that section of the statute. So a killable for a sentence of not more than 3 months and or a fine of not more than $500.
Fine of not more than,
$500, Your Honor.
all right. Here's my only question for you, Mr. Wisty, is it's a felony plea still, right? Because he's still pleading to the 2-year.
No, it's a.
It's considered a misdemeanor. It's a high court misdemeanor.
Yeah,
by statute.
but it's still a felony. That's the 2-year, which would be the CSC fourth or the joyriding are still, I lose jurisdiction on any sentencing unless because it's a felony, it has to be a felony plea. I could take the felony plea, but it'd have to be sentenced in circuit court. Because a year and a day is my limitation.
No,
in
I
district court.
understand, Judge. That's usually not the way I've done it before. I've had, when it's charged under the first offense, part of the statute, then I believe you keep jurisdiction over it. Do you just want to amend it to the attempt and then we can do the first?
Let's do
offense?
the attempt. That'll keep it at a 1 year, and then I can.
And then we can do the first offense.
Yeah, we can
then
do the
keep
first
it all
offense.
together.
And
That's
then,
fine.
yeah, so let's amend. So do you want to add a count to attempted joyriding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, now that I think about that, I'd feel more comfortable. So that's a 1 year and $500.
Would be a 1 year and or $750. We'd still have the killable to the capping that at 3 months and or a fine of $500.
Okay, restitution stays the same.
Restitution stays.
And is that 750.414 parents A then with the attempt?
It would still be, I think it's just
No, it's just
still the
the
same
attempt
statute. It's just
add-on.
the attempt add-on.
I was just trying to figure out what they do for, how they change it for the attempt. I thought they just did the parent A after that, but we'll make a record of it. So I'll restate the plea agreement, and then Ms. Robinson, you can correct me if there's any changes. That we're gonna add a count to of attempted joyriding, which is the 1 year and or $750. That's pursuant to the attempt joyriding, which would joyriding would be 750.414. This would be an attempt joyriding, which would keep it misdemeanor 1 year and or $750. There's an agreement of $1,000 restitution, and there's also a killabrew plea of any jail time not to exceed 3 months, so 90 days, or fines and costs of $500, which is allowable under the joyriding statute.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Caswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Robinson, may I inquire of your client of his advice of rights
You may.
concerning the misdemeanor plea? So, sir, you understand that the ultimate penalty you could be responsible for is the 1 year misdemeanor and or $750. There's a restitution fee of $1,000, and there's 90 days in jail as a killabrew agreement. So if I went over that, you could withdraw your plea. And there's also fines and costs of $500. If that wasn't the case, you could withdraw your plea. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
If you plead guilty today, you'll be giving up certain rights in this that you would have at trial, and I'll cover those with you. So you have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to have the court question or cross-examine any witnesses against you. You are represented by Attorney Erin Robinson today, and she would contest any charges, cross-examine any witnesses that would be brought at trial against you. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses that you may have for trial. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. and you have right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand your trial rights here?
Sir, I do.
Okay. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement or threats, or that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up any appeal rights from trial since you're not having a trial. We're going right to plea. Is it your intent to plead guilty and waive those rights today?
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay. So I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'm going to bring your attention back to that'd be February 9th of 2022 at Delbrook Avenue, West Jolly Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the Delbrook Avenue, West Jolly Road in the city of Lansing on February 9th, 2022?
Yes, sir, I was.
And at that time, did you possess or did you take, tell me in count two what happened.
I was on a red moped that belonged to one of my close friends. You know, I mean, and was out riding on it. You know, and was stopped because there was no lights. You know, no key. You know.
All right. And did at some point in time, did you go past the permission to have the vehicle? Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were driving on the vehicle and you didn't have permission to be on the vehicle. Any questions concerning the factual basis, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions concerning the factual basis, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to the count two of joyriding to be understanding, voluntarily, and accurately made. I'm going to send this to probation.
You have the victims here, right?
Victim is here.
Do we want to just do immediate sentencing since there's a Killebrew agreement and?
And you indicated that he's under sentence in Eaton County?
Correct.
Okay,
Mhm.
And people would leave that in the court's discretion.
okay. My only concern is the prior criminal history. I don't have a prior criminal history. But I'm willing to abide by the Killebrew agreement.
That's fine,
been
Your Honor.
ordered. All right. So if there's no objection, I'll go to immediate sentencing.
No objection, Your
Okay.
No
Honor.
objection.
Okay. Sentencing, first off, we'll do the restitution order. And do you have that red sheet?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right,
May I approach?
you may. So that'll be restitution of $1,000. To Ben Davis. How do you want to collect that? Do you want to refer that to collections? I mean, how we,
Yes, Your Honor.
yeah, so I will refer the restitution order to collections, since we know he's gonna be incarcerated. for the
Right.
next-
And if we could maybe just put in the file that his out date is in May so that
Okay,
they don't issue anything until then.
outdate in Eaton County is May. So as far as fines and costs, we'll do a minimal fines and costs since there's $1,000 restitution, which is the most important thing here. So we'll do $100 fine, $100 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $325. If my math is correct. And then we'll sentence the defendant to 90 days in the Ingham County Jail pursuant to the Killebrew. So that's within the Killebrew agreement that's been indicated. And then I would say that the fines and costs probably should go to collections also, yeah. So we'll refer the whole matter to collections. So you'll have to contact collections when you're able to get out, and we've indicated when you're out for the court file.
And then can we put to run concurrent with the Eaton County sentence? So then he can go back to Eaton County and he's not here for me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
People would have no objection to that. I guess that's.
Thank you. So we'll run it with we'll run it with the Eaton County sentence, and he'll be lodged in Eaton County. Okay. Anything else for the record, docket 22000980, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Caswell, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Jamal, how are you?
Flores. I can say that with,
With,
now.
with some confirmation now? Yeah,
it was my vote that put you over.
I know that, I'm aware of that. And I thank you for it.
Yeah, you did well.
Yeah, it was a long week, let me tell you. It's been a long year.
When you put out the exact
Want to talk to him for?
I was gonna hand it, 'cause I knew you were busy.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
All right.
Let the boss take over.
All right, here we go. Judge, do you want us to sign the waiver in the file?
Yeah, yeah, let's do it after. And Ms. Silvera, you let me know when you're ready.
I'm fine, Judge.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-01784. People of the state of Michigan versus Michael Hutchins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Delvero on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Tiffany Shelton with the Ingham County Public Defender's Office here on behalf of Mr. Hutchins, who's seated in the courtroom to my right.
And sir, you are Michael Hutchins? Okay. Ms. Delvero, this is the time set for preliminary examination. How are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding the defendant will be unconditionally waiving his right to preliminary examination as will the people.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have your client of his waiver.
No objection.
All right. Sir, you understand that you have a right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment. Do you understand that?
You have to say it.
Is that a yes? Okay. Now I'm going to explain to you what a preliminary examination is. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people of the state of Michigan would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. Do you understand that, sir? Okay. And Ms. Shelton and Mr. Palmer are both here for you, and they would be here to contest any charges or cross-examine any witnesses that the state may bring against you. Do you understand that? Okay. If you waive your right to preliminary examination, you'll be leaving district court. You'll be going to circuit court, will be the trial court, and that's where the case will proceed. It'll be bound over to circuit court and you'll be done here in district court. Do you understand that, sir? Okay. And I'm assuming that negotiations are continuing in this case. Is it your intent today to waive your right to preliminary examination in district court? All right, thank you. Do the people also waive their right to preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I find the waiver to be freely, understandingly, and voluntarily made. These are negotiations that are ongoing in this matter. Anything else concerning, did I miss anything, or is there anything else that needs to be put on the record?
No, Your Honor, the people have nothing further.
From the public defender's office?
No, Judge, I would just ask for the circuit court arraignment date so I can place it in our file. Not that we intend, but just so we.
Right, we don't have a circuit court arraignment date yet.
Okay.
So keep in contact with your attorney from the public, either attorney from the public defender's office in order to get a date for circuit court. Because we won't, it'll be set by that court and we don't have it. We used to have the date, we just don't anymore. Any other questions concerning this waiver and bind over, Ms. Valvera?
No, Your Honor.
All right, from the public defender's office?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. And I'll have you sign the waiver now. That's all for the record in docket 22-01784. Elizabeth Glazer on Zoom. Ma'am,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning. What case are you here on?
I'm here for Rico Trevino Martinez.
She's gonna have to watch that.
Ms. Glazer, are you just watching that or are you a witness on that?
I am just watching. I'm a case manager for a nonprofit
Oh,
service.
all right. Yeah, the easiest way to watch that is probably to go to the YouTube channel and watch it. And then we don't have any problems with any type of feedback or anything coming into the court.
Okay, could you tell me how to find it on YouTube? I will go over there.
If you go to YouTube and you look up Tony Flores courtroom, it will be streaming there. We're streaming live right now.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. say here something different. I'm not familiar with the case.
Yeah.
So we're on the record in docket 22-02752. People of the state of Michigan versus Nathan Scott Montague. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Housefield on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Montague.
Sir, you are Nathan Montague?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for prelim in the matter. Ms. Housefield, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the defendant wishes to avail himself to a plea offer, which is that he plead guilty to an added count 2 use of methamphetamine pursuant to 333.74042A-A. The maximum penalty on that, Your Honor, is 1 year and or $2,000. The people have no objection to sentencing under 7411 if he's determined eligible. And in consideration for that plea and sentence, the people would move to dismiss count 1.
The added count 2 would be use of a controlled substance.
Yes, methamphetamine specifically, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Robinson, I'll restate that for the record just to make sure I got it, and then you can confirm that. My understanding is there's going to be an added count 2 of use of methamphetamine pursuant to 333.74042 A-A, that being a 1 year and or $2,000. Is it a Killebrew agreement to 7411 status?
Simply no objection, Your Honor.
Right. So there's no objection to 7411 status. And with a plea to count 2 is count 1 is to be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his advice of rights?
You may.
Sir, you understand that this is the time set for preliminary examination today. It's my understanding you're going to be pleading guilty to a misdemeanor and what you're going to be pleading guilty to has the consequence of having the ultimate penalty of 1 year as a misdemeanor and or $2,000. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay. And if you plead guilty, you'll be giving up the following trial rights, and I'll walk you through those, all right? You'd be giving up the right to have a trial, the right to be tried by a jury, the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, the right to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, the right to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by attorney Erin Robinson, and she would be here to contest any charges or cross-examine any charges that the people might bring against you in a trial. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses that you might need for trial to appear at trial. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand the nature of your trial rights in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement or threats, or that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up any appealable rights from a trial. Since you're pleading guilty today, you won't have a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've talked about the plea agreement on the record. Is it your intent today to waive your rights to a jury trial and plead guilty in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna bring your attention back to June 15th, 2022, at the offense location of Eureka, Pennsylvania, city of Lansing, Ingham County. On June 15th, excuse me, on June 15th, 2022, at a Eureka in Pennsylvania in the city of, were you there at Eureka in the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
And indicate for me what makes you guilty of the amended, the added count 2 of use of methamphetamine in that day.
I had a little baggie of methamphetamine.
Did you have it in your possession? You knew it was methamphetamine. Okay. So that would be the factual basis for count 1. Any questions on the factual basis, Ms. Housefield?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, understandingly, and voluntarily and accurately made. I'm going to refer this to probation, mostly for the 7411 status review. Refer to probation. But we'll do a full refer to probation. But today's, so it'd be by Monday by 5, I think, wouldn't it?
4.
Monday by 4. Okay. So if you're here today and you can get down to the 5th floor and get probation started on their questionnaire, that they're going to do a report for me, and then I'm going to figure out what we're going to do for sentencing. We'll give you a date for that. But if you can do that today, great. If not, Monday by 4, because tomorrow's a holiday. Yeah, it's just 1 floor down, the 5th floor. All right, so refer to probation. For the sentencing date.
January 17th at 1:30.
And the date for sentencing will be January 17th at 1:30. So they'll prepare a report for me and I'll get to look at it at sentencing, and then we'll go from there. All right. Any questions concerning file 2202752, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Housefield?
Nothing for the people. Thank you.
Anything, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we'll see you on the 17th, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We're on the record in docket 22-02920. People of the state of Michigan versus Michael A. Miller. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Miller.
And this is the time set for preliminary examination concerning Mr. Miller. Mr. Whiskey, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, the defendant is not here. We request a bench warrant.
And Your Honor, I did speak with him over the phone. He did get his dates confused. He has another open case out in 55th. I've had good contact with him. We just ask that you find good cause and ask for another date for the prelim. I think we're actually pretty close to a resolution on this matter, so I don't think it'd actually be a prelim, but.
Mr. Whiskey?
Your Honor, I would request if it is to be reset, at least there be a show cause so the court can make those statements under oath.
Yeah, I guess that would be my preference. We'll reset the matter. He has not waived a 21-day rule on this, so and we'll set a show cause for the same day. It'll be a show cause on this file, but we're resetting it for prelim. So just reset it for prelim.
I'm finding a date. 23rd at 9:30.
So 11/23 at 9:30. And then we'll set for show cause at that same day for the fail to appear. But I won't issue a bench warrant for him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'd like to hear from him why he's not here today. I'm assuming it's that he's got multiple cases, but we'll hear from him.
Understood.
So it's reset for November 23rd at 9:30. Anything else for the record, Mr. Whiskey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Robinson, on 22-02920?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
Scheduled to
I can move.
at 10:30. We're getting ready to run a prelim, so it'll be after
Yes.
that.
Yeah, we want to, we want to start over after ours, but if not, we can.
I'll just put them back downstairs and grab them already, but thank you for checking. I appreciate it.
They have Mr. Hampshire.
Yeah, they're getting ready to do a plea on him.
All
They were
right.
just gonna bring him to us. We'll be ready for.
No. we'll appeal him. Mr. Chet is the one this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Judge, I don't know how you do two co-defendants, but someone in the jury box, how do you want to do this?
It's however you're comfortable. I mean, in the past, they've sat around that side of the table, but there may not be room, but
Well, we can try that.
you know. What do you think, Mr. Abbott?
It's hard to see the witness from over here. It's easier to see him from the jury box.
Yeah, that works for me. I don't have a preference.
All right, you get the cheap seats.
What's that? It might be easier for Nathaniel to have him in the jury box.
In terms of,
And just in terms of control, and you know, because he's got two.
Both or one?
What's that?
Both or one?
Mr. Whiskey said we were running both.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Both defendants in the jury box?
No, only one in
All
jury
right.
box and one, but let me talk to Nathaniel because it might be easier for him to have both in the jury box. But I don't think that's a problem, to tell you the truth.
He just stands here.
Right, right.
Yeah. Do you have a preference for Lisa? I guess I'm taking a table, giants, get the GP.
Perfect.
Mr. Trammell, you retained your conflict attorney.
Conflict.
Thank you, sir.
Record. Last time, so I did.
Highlighted too. Yeah, that's pretty good. This spends more time there than. You have to draft to get somebody to bring to like make what it's done.
I had to get Scott.
Scott.
Me to take him up something.
I didn't know if next steps.
Next running an exam right now, and so is David.
It's busy. All right, we're on the record. In dockets 22-02752, I'm sorry, in dockets 22-02946 and 22-02936. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Eric Tomal for defendant Rico Trevino.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Abbott with the Public Defender's Office representing Lamarck Williams. He's present. Thank you.
Right. And sir, you are Rico Trevino Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you are Lamarck Williams? Is that a yes, sir? This is the time set for preliminary examination today. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we will be proceeding with both the preliminary examinations.
All right. Is there anything to be brought to the court's attention preliminary matter wise from the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Tomal?
I would ask that witnesses be sequestered. Also, I've had discussions with Mr. Trevino about doing a lineup and during the prelim. After discussions with his mother, himself, and myself, he has decided not to pursue the lineup. That this would be the time to do it.
Right.
And he has decided not to do it. Is that correct, Mr. Trevino? Is that yes? Yes. All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tomal. Mr. Abbott, anything to be brought to the court's attention?
Nothing.
All right. Mr. Wisty, do you have any witnesses here that need to be sequestered?
None in the courtroom, Your Honor, no.
All right. All right, Mr. Wisty, you may call your first witness in regards to both of these docket numbers.
Call Kimberly Perkins, Your Honor. If I may be excused to go get her.
You may. Ms. Perkins, I'll have you come up here. I'm gonna have you spell and state your spell your last name and state your first name for the record.
Okay, Perkins, Perkins, Kimberly.
Okay. Have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. I'm gonna have you take a seat in the witness chair and please project for recording purposes, okay? Mr. Wisty, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you state your name one more time for the record, please?
Kimberly Perkins,
Where do you reside, Ms. Perkins?
4001 Duvernay Drive, Lansing, Michigan, 48910.
All right, I'm gonna have you move it closer to the mic,
Okay.
so that'll help the recording process.
Okay.
So just repeat the question. Where do you reside?
4801 Duvernay Drive, Lansing, Michigan, 48910. Apartment 19
You know what county that's in? That is city of Lansing in the area of Flores, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna have you both raise your voices a little bit.
Did something happen at that apartment on 10/25/2022?
Yes.
And what happened that day?
Four guys came in my house.
I'll object. Formal question calls for narrative. Question by question seems better.
Uh,
I can rephrase the question.
You can rephrase the question.
So let's start it. You said four guys came into your house. Before that happened, what were you doing?
Just watching TV with my boyfriend.
Who was your boyfriend?
Every time.
You were watching TV, you were interrupted. How were you interrupted?
There was a knock at the door.
What did you do next?
I just moved in a couple weeks before, so I thought it was the leasing office. Looked through the peephole.
What happened when you looked? Could you see through the people?
Yeah, I didn't see anybody.
Was there a reason you didn't? What did you see? Black? Did you see nobody in the hallway? What did you
I
see?
didn't see anybody in the hallway at the time. But I checked to see who it was before I attempted to open the door.
Did you go ahead and open the door?
Mhm.
What happened when you
Is
opened?
that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think there were 3 or 4 guys on my left side. They started asking for Andrew, asking about something that he might have taken in between the time that I had moved out there and him coming to my house.
Where were they when they asked me these questions?
They were standing in the hallway at first, and then they attempted to walk through, and that's when I attempted to close the door, but they started putting all their weight on the door.
Were they able to get into the apartment?
They had guns. Why would I keep resisting when you got a gun?
What
All
happened?
4 of you.
What happened inside the apartment?
They kept asking for this gun that they were looking for. I kept saying, we don't have nothing. We just got here. I got shit to do with this.
What was going through your mind while this was going on?
Stay calm. Try not to be shot.
Do you recognize any of the persons in the courtroom today who entered your apartment?
I recognize him.
May the record reflect the witnesses pointing to defendant Nico Trevino Martinez.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. Preliminary examination, the witnesses identified the defendant, Rico Trevino Martinez. So the record will reflect that.
The man you just pointed to, had you ever seen him before?
Briefly, I just started hanging out here after starting to keep up with my boyfriend, like, and I was hanging out, what, maybe a week and a half. There, I had came maybe a few weeks prior to, it was his sister's house, his little sister's
So
house.
just for clarification, you had seen the man you identified before at your boyfriend's sister's house, understanding? And in those interactions, did you get a good look at his face? What were those interactions like?
It was real brief. I think they were on their way to a party one night. And that was when I seen him.
Do you remember how long, when you say brief, 1 minute, 2 minute, matter of minutes, put in that context?
When I'm with my man, I don't pay attention to other men and how long I'm interacting with them. I don't pay attention to what they look like, what their names are. They don't move me.
So the day on October 25th, when you saw him at your apartment, did you get a good look at his face there?
When he came into my house, yeah.
Was he wearing a mask of any kind?
At first, he might have had something on his head, but I seen his face.
How long was he in your apartment? What is the lighting in the apartment?
I'm sorry.
What is the lighting like in the apartment?
It was pretty good. I mean, it was 1:30 in the afternoon, so had the blinds open. Like I said, I was chilling.
That would be understanding you're under oath, you're confident that's the man that we see here today.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's go back. They're in your apartment with guns here. What happened when they were in the apartment? How long were they in there? Let's walk through where we left off.
I got pushed into the closet. Like I said, I was trying to stay safe. I have 2 children, so, and their father is dead. I was standing behind the door, and as I was trying, before that, as I was trying to close it, I was calling for Andrew, and he came from the back. Once again, that's how I got pushed into the closet. I saw one of them hit him over the head, but I couldn't see exactly all the commotion that was happening in the doorway at the time. I kind of went blank between that point and me walking back to my bedroom and seeing that they had taken the PlayStation off. And then as they were walking out, they said they would be back and took my phone, thinking it was Andrew's. And then I walked outside and I got a glimpse of the car that they were all in.
Can you describe the car?
It was a white Charger.
Can you describe the PlayStation?
PlayStation 4, came with a red controller.
What color is the controller?
Red.
The PlayStation, what color is the PlayStation itself?
Black.
Then you had testified earlier that every man who entered the apartment have a gun.
Got a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you.
Defendant, the man you identified as Trevino Martinez, did he have a gun when he entered your apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe the gun?
It was in silver handle or silver box. I guess. I don't know. I just know it was silver. And I wasn't trying to get hit.
Besides Mr. Trevino Martinez, do you recognize anybody else who entered your apartment that day?
I'm not sure if the young man to my right was part of this at all, but I can't.
Generally, anybody in the hall can't see because of the mask.
Mhm.
Your Honor, I would request that the man in the mask be permitted to pull it down.
Mr. Abbott, any objection? All right.
I recognize him.
You indicated you didn't know?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions, yeah.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tomo.
Ms. Perkins, you said you heard a knock on the front door, correct?
Yeah,
You go to the front door, then you look through the peephole, is that correct?
yeah.
And then was the chain on the door latched at this point?
There's no chain on my door. It's an electric lock.
Okay,
Well, it was an electric lock.
you proceeded to open the door all the way partially, or what did you do? Is
I
that
opened it all the way. I thought there might have been something on the front of my door.
first person you see is who?
Kiwan.
Kiwan?
Yes, I'm not sure what his last name is.
Did that person have a mask on his face?
No,
Do you have any kind of hat on his head?
no, he had on a red jacket though.
Was Kiwan carrying a gun?
Yes.
Was he the first person face to face that you saw then?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else? You said about 4 people were there, 4 suspects. Did you see anyone else at the point you opened the door?
Other than your client,
When you say my client, did you know his name on that date?
no,
But you briefly met him before?
briefly.
So regarding my client, Rico, you had testified earlier, he had something on his head at first. I didn't quite understand what you meant.
It was maybe like around his forehead. So like if it was like a skull cap, I'm not sure if it was a ski mask or a skull cap, but it wasn't like covering his face.
Okay, did he have any kind of mask at all on his face, like this person does?
No,
Okay. Now, how close were you to Rico at that point when you were by the front door?
I mean, he walked right by me,
Couple feet, 10 feet? I mean, how far?
a foot maybe.
Oh, so he's that close?
He was very close. The only thing that was standing between me and these 4 men was a door.
Okay. And in regards to Rico, you testify he had a silver gun in his hand?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Was it a semi-automatic, a pistol, or you don't know?
I wouldn't know.
Which hand did he have the gun in?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know?
No, I wasn't sure. Maybe the right hand, just based on the way that it came into the
Well, if
house.
you don't know, you don't know. I don't want you
Yeah,
to
I'm
guess.
If you're asking me the question, I'm trying to answer it.
So just so I can clean this up, you don't know which hand the gun was in, correct?
Mm.
You agree with me, correct?
Right.
Did anyone say anything at this point when you're by the front door? And then who? Any of the suspects?
A couple of them were speaking. I know T-Ron was doing a lot of the talking.
Did Rico, my client, say anything to you at this point or at all?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. Now, you talked to the police about this case, correct? Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you give a description of Rico to the police?
Yes, what I could recollect, everything happened really fast.
Okay, I guess maybe I missed it, but what did you tell the police about the description?
He looked either Hispanic or Arabian, if you would. I wasn't sure of his descent. Like I said, I had briefly met him before and I didn't know his name. Like these men, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know them. I am a blimp on their radar, and honestly, if I would have never met Andrew, I probably would have never known these young. They were under the assumption that I was holding something in my house of possession that I did not have.
When you
Or
talk,
my voice.
when you talk to the police, did you describe the Hispanic male?
Yes.
Was there only one Hispanic male that day there in front of your door?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothes the Hispanic male was wearing?
Black jacket, black shirt, some jeans, tennis shoes.
Now, I believe you testified at some point you were forced into a closet inside the apartment. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
And how many suspects entered the apartment at that point?
4.
So all 4 entered, correct?
Yes.
And then your boyfriend's Andrew Pride, is that correct?
Yes.
When the 4 suspects entered the apartment, where was Andrew Pride?
He was standing in, he was part of the group of 4 at that point. One of them had actually hit him in the head.
Do we know who hit him?
No, I do not. I
Okay.
couldn't see.
Just so we're clear, was Andrew Pride ever forced into the hallway that day?
I'm gonna be honest with you, between me going into the closet and like I said before, just going back to the bedroom, it's kind of blank, but I do remember him going outside with 2 other men, but I'm not sure if they were like dragged. I remember him getting hit.
When he got hit, when Mr. Pride
And
got
I
hit,
remember them all going outside. Well, not all of them, 2 of them going outside with him.
when Mr. Pride got hit, did that happen inside the apartment?
Mhm.
Is that yes? And then as far as you know, did you ever see physically Andrew Pride in the hallway?
Yes,
You did.
yes. I came out of the closet.
Was he with anybody in the hallway?
Yes, there were 2 assailants, but I can't remember who it was.
Was my client Rico in the hallway?
I can't remember which 2 it was. I know he came back inside. I know the 2 that were outside, they came back inside. Andrew was nowhere to be found. That's what made me go outside to go see what kind of car it was they got into, because I was looking for Andrew. I wasn't even looking for the car. I was trying to make sure he was okay.
When the 4 suspects entered your apartment, did you see what they did at that point?
Kiwan flipped my chair and my sofa before he walked out and told me he'd be back. They took my TV off the TV stand in my bedroom, unhooked the PlayStation. They kind of rummaged through my closet. Everything was messy anyway, because I had just moved, like literally taking things out of the closet.
Did you see specifically what my client did, Rico, what he did in the apartment, if anything?
No, but he definitely came in my house with a gun. That I know for sure happened.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Abbott.
Good morning.
So they took your PlayStation? Right?
It was Andrew.
It's Andrew.
It's not mine.
And how long had he had that PlayStation, you know? You know where he got it? Is that a no?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect, Ms. Twisty.
Nothing, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused, Mr. Tumult?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Abbott?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, without objection, this witness is excused, ma'am. You can leave the witness chair. Mr. Twisty, any further proofs?
Yes, Your Honor, I would be calling Andrew Pride to the witness stand. If I may be excused to look at.
You may. Mr. Pride, I'm going to have you come right up here. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Andrew Pride, PRID.
Okay. Raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I swear.
All right, thank you. Go and have a seat in the witness stand and project as loudly as you can, really for recording purposes, okay? Mr. Wisty, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record one more time?
Andrew Bride,
Where do you reside, Mr. Pride?
in College Park Apartments.
What's the address?
I don't know the exact address.
What city is that in?
Lansing, Michigan.
Do you know what county that's in?
I don't even know Lansing County. I never that long.
All right, so let's go from here. Did something happen to you at that address on October 25th, 2022?
Yes.
What was that?
A couple of knuckleheads try to kick in my door.
So let's go right immediately before that happened. Where were you?
I was in my room.
From your room, what happened then?
I came out my room. I see my old lady behind the door, pressed behind the door. I see 4 people with guns standing on the door, like pressing against the door. So I walk over there. I didn't recognize them, so I ain't thinking no was real. And started screaming where my gun at.
You got closer?
I got closer. I started to wrestle with the 4 people. They hit me in the head with the gun.
Do you see any of those people in the courtroom here today? May the record reflect the witness has pointed to both defendant Rico Manuel Trevino Martinez and defendant Lamarck Williams.
All right, so the initial, there was a pointing and the record would put, the record will reflect that the witness pointed at Rico Trevino Martinez. Any objection, Mr. Tomon?
May I void here?
You can void where?
Mr. Pride, you said you saw 4 people at the front door, correct?
Yes.
And your old lady was pushing the door, trying to shut it, correct?
Yeah.
How much of a gap of the door was open then to see the 4 people?
The door was open. By the
What?
time I came out of my room, my door was open. My closet was behind the front door. She's pretty much in the closet trying to push her way out the door with 4 men standing against the door like this, forcing their way in.
My client Rico, did he have anything covering his face?
Nope.
Did he have anything on his head?
No, they have, no, I don't think so. I think they all came with hoods on. That stuff came off by the time we started tussling.
Nothing further?
All right.
No objection.
Mr. Abbott, any objection to the identification of Mr. Lamarck Williams?
A little voir dire.
You may void here also.
Thanks. Mr. Pride, was this person wearing a mask when he came in?
They call it Fushaishi mask. It comes over your head and over your face like this. They didn't have them all the way up. They just had them under their neck. I don't know why. I guess they didn't. They knew I knew who they was. I've been around them plenty of times.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, any objection to the identification? All right, without objection, the record reflected that the witness has identified both Rico Trevino Martinez by pointing at him, and then identified Lamarck Williams by pointing at him. You may proceed, Mr. Wisty.
Thank you, Your Honor. You said you'd seen them plenty of times before. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What were those times?
And my sister house.
How many times before have you seen Mr.
I've seen them plenty of times.
Let's just one at a time. How many times before have you seen Mr. Trevino Martinez?
I don't know. I've seen him well over maybe 8, 9 times. You know, just a few maybe.
And when you saw them before, those times when you see them, what is the situation? Are you?
That'd be cool. They spoke to me and everything. I used to look out for them and everything. That's
Is
why.
this-
Why?
Are you guys having a meal? Or are you just hanging out?
Nah, they talk to them. I say what's up to them. I let them know when they tripping and shit. Talk to them.
You have you have conversations with them.
Yeah,
and
plenty
you
of
look them
times.
in the face when you're having conversations with them. These were the same faces that you saw before in your apartment that day.
Mhm.
Say yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so after you approach them, then they push Miss Perkins into a closet. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
After that, what happened from there?
I tussled with them, tried to push him out the door. It was 4-on-1. All of them had guns. They hit me in the head with a gun, bust my head open. I fell out.
Did you
Well, I didn't fall
elaborate?
out like fast. I
Sorry,
tried to fall out the door.
I'm gonna slow you down a little bit. So they grab you and they pull you out of the apartment.
They're trying to hold me in. They little kids.
So when you're in the apartment, one of them hits you, you said?
Yeah, I got a pistol with.
Do you know which one hit you?
Who neither one of them?
After you got pistol, how long is this going on for?
Oh,
maybe 6 to 10 minutes around that time. Like the tussle was only like quick little, maybe a minute or so.
After the tussle, what happened to you?
Shit, I don't remember. I had blood all in my eyes. I ended up outside trying to get the police involved. Yeah, I had no win after that.
After they eventually leave,
Yeah, they walked out. The dummies took a phone and a PlayStation.
tell me more about the PlayStation.
They just took a PlayStation. They came looking for a gun that they didn't find. Instead of being smart and like, all right, my bad. I wouldn't even got the police involved. We could handle it. But these dummies give my old lady involved, take a phone and a PlayStation, take her phone and shit. I want to get my old lady involved, so all right, we in court now, my nigga.
What color was the PlayStation?
It was a black PlayStation with a red control.
Your old lady's phone, that would be Miss Perkins' phone, correct?
Yeah.
What kind of phone is that?
iPhone, I think it's iPhone 13.
Did you watch them leave any further?
Yeah, I watched them walk out the door.
From there, did you see him anything else? No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tomo.
Mr. Pride, did you see the gun there? You testified to all 4 suspects had guns, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
And Rico, my client, did he have a gun in his hand?
It's gonna sit.
Which hand was it in?
I don't know.
And you testified earlier, you don't recall who hit you in the head with the gun?
Oh, I know him. It just wasn't them.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right.
Would you remember which hand it was in if you was tussling with 4 people trying to save yourself from your wife?
Yes.
You remember which hand his gun was in? You remember?
Your Honor,
hand
I
these 4
instruct the
guns was in?
witness to just answer. my question.
All right, just answer the questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I think your point was made.
Mr. Pride, you said your head got busted open or something? to that
Yes,
effect?
yes, sir.
What was the injury then?
Contusion, right here. Want to see it?
I don't want to see. I just
Contusion.
simply ask you what happened.
I'm telling you, contusion.
Were you sent to the hospital at all?
Yes, I went to the hospital.
Any stitches?
Nope.
Did you see which suspect actually physically removed PlayStation 4 from your apartment?
Nope.
The iPhone?
Nope.
The controller?
Nope.
Did my client, Rico, did he say anything to you at any point in time during this incident?
He just tussled like the rest of them. They're soft, they're kids.
Nothing further.
Mr. Abbott, any cross-examination?
Thank you. Mr. Pride, you said you'd only been in Lansing recently. Where did you move from?
East St. Louis, Illinois.
And how long you been here?
I don't know the exact time. I went lots of it.
More than
When
1
the
month?
estimate, it's been more than a month. I've only been home. I've been in for a couple weeks.
So, but you've been in the Lansing area for a few months?
Mhm.
Less than a year ago? And you've had contact with both of these gentlemen in the past?
Yes, sir.
And you said that there was a silver gun. Did you look at the other guns? Was there
Black. So I got to see.
3 black guns and 1 silver gun?
I saw.
So that, you're confirming that it was 3 black guns and 1 silver gun?
That's what I saw at the time. I might be wrong. No, I'm
Okay.
fighting for my life.
Right. And the PlayStation, that was your PlayStation?
Mhm.
And how long you had that?
Not long. I got it for one of them. They sold it to me.
So one of them sold you the PlayStation?
Mhm.
How long before they came to your house and left with the PlayStation had you purchased it?
Probably a week.
And when you say plenty of times you come into contact with them, where were these contacts occurring?
At my sister's house.
Okay, and does your sister know them as well then?
Yes.
And so they're friends of your sisters?
Yes.
And all 4 of them were there with your sisters, at your sisters when you saw them?
Yes, they've been there with her at 4 at one time. Maybe 1 or 2 of them at a time. They've been over there plenty of times. They pretty much lived the fuck up.
Okay. So you're well familiar with all 4 of these guys?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
So after they left with the PlayStation, did you follow them? So.
Is that a no?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
My bad.
So you stayed in the apartment?
I was outside already.
So you
I
left,
got out before they did. Yes, sir.
you left the apartment building before they left with the PlayStation? Yes?
Yes, sir.
It's only because they have to.
I know.
So you left, then they left.
Yes, sir.
And did you see where they went when they left?
Yes, they got into a white car, white Charger, I believe.
So all four of them walked out of the apartment building at the same time?
One walked out before. No, sir. One walked out before, then three more followed.
Did you see who was driving the car? Did you see who was carrying the PlayStation?
No, sir.
What were you doing when you were out there?
On the phone with the police.
So you were on the phone with the police while they were walking out of the apartment? Yes.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect, Mr. Wisty?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Mr. Pride, you testified that you don't remember some of the exact details, for example, what hand the gun is in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
That's when I first saw them. I saw guns. My first reaction was to try to push them out the house.
What's going through your mind? Are you afraid? Are you?
Either they finna kill me in here or they might kill my old lady.
Do you
Might
remember,
come
their-
out.
do you remember their faces clearly, even if you don't remember some of the exact?
Yes, sir. Before they got super aggressive after they kicked the door in, they spoke to me normally like, "Where our gun?" I told them, "I don't got your gun." They searched the house, didn't find it. So they got paid and took a PlayStation and a phone.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused, Mr. Tall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Abbott?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Wisty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, this witness is excused. Thank you for your appearance today, sir. Mr. Wisty, your next witness?
Calling Officer Linderman, Your Honor. I may be excused to go get him.
You can. Officer, I'll have you stand right up here and state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jackie Lindeman, Lindeman.
Say it again.
It's Jackie Lindeman, Lindeman.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Pam, I'm gonna have you sit, officer, I'm gonna have you sit right here and I'm gonna have you project for recording purposes, okay? Mr. Wisty, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record one more time?
Jackie Lindeman,
Where are you employed?
City of Lansing.
What do you do for the city of Lansing?
I'm a police officer.
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer on October 25th, 2022?
Yes,
And did you come in contact by a man by the name of Mark Williams?
yes.
How did you come in contact with Mr. Williams?
He was pulled over by another officer and I came to the traffic stop.
Do you know the reason he was pulled?
Yes,
What was that?
he was in a vehicle matching the description of a vehicle that had just left the scene of a home invasion.
Can you tell us what that vehicle was?
It was a white Dodge Charger.
You arrived on the scene. What happened next?
When I got there, the passenger of the car was already secured in a patrol car. Mr. Williams was in the process of being handcuffed and searched and placed into my patrol car. Once that was completed, myself, Officer Morgan Schaefer, and Sergeant Jason Spolma approached the white Charger, make sure there was no one else inside of it. Once that was done, we searched the car.
And do you recognize Mr. Williams here in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Would you point him out and identify something he was wearing?
he has a white mask on.
May the record reflect the witnesses identifying defendant Williams.
Any objection, Mr. Abbott?
Little white ear, Your Honor.
A little louder here, sure.
You can tell who it is with his mask on?
Yes, I recognize his eyes.
Because what about his eyes are so unique?
I just remember him, sir. He had a mask on when he was pulled over.
What kind of mask did he have on when he was pulled over?
It was black and it covered his face and his hair.
So all you could see at that time was his eyes?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to the witness identifying the defendant?
No, thank you.
For preliminary examination purposes, the witness has identified the defendant. You may proceed, Mr. Wisty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us where this stop occurred?
This was at South King and Miller behind a party store, Mario's Market,
What city and county is that in?
Lansing and Ingham County.
Is that near the apartment complex where the tip came from?
Relatively near. It had been a few minutes since the incident occurred.
Do you know what city and county that apartment complex is located in?
That's also in Ingham County.
And then after the stop, you searched the vehicle, correct?
Yes,
How did that go? What did you find during the search?
there was a handgun under the passenger seat. And on the floor of the passenger seat where the passenger's feet would have been was a PlayStation and a PlayStation controller.
Can you describe what color was the PlayStation?
Black.
What color was the controller?
I believe it was red.
Did you do a report at the time?
I did a report that day, yes, not immediately.
doing the report, do you think that would refresh your recollection regarding the color of the controller?
If I described it in the report, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, I would like to hand the officer police report, case number 22-51910161. This would be page 7. Ms. Lindeman, if you could review that, once you review it, we'll come, please.
Yes, it says red.
Thank you. You said in addition to that, you found a firearm in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now where was that? That was in the passenger seat.
Yes.
Was anything else located in the vehicle?
There was, I believe, additional ammunition besides what was in the gun.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Trammell.
Officer, on the date in question, you responded to Mario's Market, correct?
I responded to it.
That's where it ended.
Yes,
And other officers had already stopped the white Charger, is that correct?
yes,
And when you got onto the scene, did you physically do the search of the vehicle or someone else?
I did along with my sergeant.
My client is Rico Trevino Martinez. Do you see him in a courtroom today?
I've never seen him before.
Well, just bear with me. Did you ever see Rico in the white Charger on the day in question?
No.
Did you ever see Rico on anywhere on the scene of Mario's on the day in question?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you. Officer, you testified that when you arrived, the passenger was already in custody
That's correct.
and they were working on taking Mark into custody.
Yes,
And you say that you found the gun under the passenger seat
yes,
and were there only 2 occupants in the vehicle
yes,
and there was only 1 gun?
yes.
And do you know how much time had passed since the first call came in regarding the home invasion till the time you found yourself at Mario's?
I don't know. I would be guessing if I gave you a time frame.
What would your best guess be?
Under 10 minutes.
So in less than 10 minutes, give or take, whatever. And this car that was at Mario's was described as leaving the scene of the original crime?
Yes,
And that took place up at the apartments north of Jolly Road by the quality dairy there.
I don't go.
Dunkel, that's the word I was
Yes.
thinking. So the home invasion occurred up there by Dunkel.
Correct.
So you found the car 10 minutes or so later. Okay.
Approximately. Both are near highway exits. Very near.
All right, so it's possible to drive directly from the Dunkel Road by 127 and then 496 and get off
96, yes,
on 96. You get there pretty quick.
yes.
And that's what makes it possible for you to find them 10 minutes later. It's about, would you estimate it to be maybe 4 or 5 miles between there?
It depends on the route you take. I don't want to speculate.
We'll speculate.
And like I said, I said under 10 minutes. It could have been 4 minutes. It could have been 7 minutes. I don't know.
All right.
I don't want to be quoted. I just don't feel like it was any more than 10.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you. When you said that Lamarck was wearing a mask, and the only thing he was showing was his eyes,
Yes,
and did he take his mask off while he was being taken into custody?
it was taken off of him.
So his hands were handcuffed, and then someone took it off. And that's when you saw him. You see him with his mask on.
Yes.
Have you heard on the radio any description of the people you were looking for?
Yes.
And what was that description?
I heard that there was 4 black males. At least one was wearing a black mask. I heard white Dodge Charger. I heard all the males were armed with handguns. There was possibly a female involved. I was also on another call when this call came out, so you're kind of trying to multitask.
Right. But when the car that was pulled over at Mario's was a female and a male. Right?
That's right.
And no other, if there had been 3 other males, they were no longer in the car.
That's, yes,
Okay.
but it was also near, very near the address that the other mills were located at.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect, Mr. Wisty?
Yes, Your Honor. The female in the vehicle, do you know her name?
I don't remember it at this time. I did not speak with her.
And then, was the vehicle already stopped when you arrived?
Yes,
Okay, and then it was your test. How do you know that Mr. Williams was the driver?
he
Or
was
was
the passenger.
he was the passenger? I believe you testified earlier that he had been the driver.
No,
Okay, so Mr. Williams was the passenger.
yes, he was the passenger.
How do you know he was the passenger?
Well, because as I was pulling around, this party store is at a spot where you have Miller Road, Pleasant Grove, Edgewood, and King. It's kind of, and I drove around the side so I could see him coming out of the passenger seat with his hands up. That, and I know that on felony stops, the driver is always taken out first.
You saw him getting.
Yes,
The gun was found on the passenger side.
yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused, Mr. Tomal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Abbott?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Without objection, the witness is excused. Thank you for your appearance today, officer. Mr. Wisty,
The people rest, Your Honor.
Mr. Tomal, any proofs today?
No proof, Your Honor.
Mr. Abbott?
No, thank you.
Okay, motion for bind over?
Yes, Your Honor. I would start with moving to bind over on Rico Manuel Trevino Martinez. Count 1, we have an identification. We have victims here identified in the apartment, although we're not sure if the county, I think one court can take notice from the address that is indeed in Ingham County. That was also confirmed by the officer. We have identification that Mr. Trevino Martinez was one of 4 men who broke into that apartment with a handgun on him. They left with a PlayStation and they committed an assault on the witness and Pride. And Pride testified in particular that he knew these individuals prior, had interactions with them and recognized him there that day. Ms. Perkins additionally testified she did recognize Mr. Trevino Martinez there that day. We've got him being involved in taking up the PlayStation, committing an assault there, as well as putting anybody in fear as a matching for guns, at least by an abating and abetting theory was involved with people who did it. I think that has been shown. There was enough to bind over there. Additionally, we did have a pistol based on testimony. Home invasion, essentially the same elements. He's one of 4 people who came into that apartment with a gun. We have identification. There was a larceny committed. There were people in the building. There was also an assault committed. And again, we also have aiding and abetting theory, Your Honor, was involved there. And who would like to handle that motion? I also find over at Mr. Williams.
I'll hear both bindovers and then I'll make my decision based on each file.
And on to Mr. Williams, similarly on the armed robbery, we have the same arguments as applied.
And that's docket 2202-936 was this for Mr. Lamarck, and 2202-946 was for Mr. Trevino Martinez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may continue.
Similarly, on the armed robbery, we have testimony that he was one of the 4 men who came in. Here we have an identification. We have 2 identifications. Ms. Perkins did not recognize him, however, Mr. Allen did. I believe he indicated he was one of the persons he bought this PlayStation from. We also have a separate identification by the officer who testified that she pulled him over in a car that matches the car that they had described leaving and found the PlayStation and firearm there. PlayStation with the controller is, I think, unique enough to tie him there as one of the persons involved. So for the armed robbery, we have the identification, we have use of a pistol, we have people in there, which makes it a home invasion. I think there's obvious put fear in there, the theft of the PlayStation, and also the assault on Mr. Price was enough to bind over on count 1 and count 2. On count 3, the weapon he was carrying concealed. That was based on the handgun being found under the passenger seat of a vehicle where Mr. Williams was riding as the passenger. That coupled with the fact that he was recently seen with a firearm, bind over on count 3 on a probable cause standard.
Thank you. Response, Mr. Tomo, in regards to docket 2202-946.
Your Honor, we leave bind over to the court's best discretion.
Any response, Mr. Abbott, in docket 2202-936, the file in regards to Mr. Lamarck?
Thank you, Your Honor. The first 2 times the officer described where she located the gun, it was on the passenger side, and that she described Lamarck as a driver of the vehicle. It was only after the prosecutor redirected on her and she changed it to testifying that Lamarck was in passenger seat. It was a 50 Calder, it's less than probable cause that he was actually in possession of a firearm. Otherwise, you're going to leave the rest of the case to the court's discretion.
Thank you. So let's start with docket. We'll start with the older docket, 2202-936 in regards to Mr. Lamarck. This is a preliminary examination, which is a probable cause hearing. Probable cause being the second lowest standard in criminal law, reasonable suspicion just being the lowest standard. That's the standard for bind over on the case. So there's probable cause to believe that this occurred on October 25th, 2022, pursuant to the witness's testimony of Kimberly Perkins, Andrew Pride, and Officer Lindeman. October 25th, 2022, in the city of Lansing, specifically, Ms. Pride gave the best account of the 4801 Duvernay apartment complex in the city of Lansing, Hingham County. So as far as location and venue have been met, and date, then the identification for our purposes. And in regards to Mr. Lamarck, on that file, Ms. Perkins was not able to make identification in any type of fashion, indicating that that it was problematic. Although Mr. Pride was, without any difficulty, indicated that the defendant was the individual and made in-court identification. That was further testified to by Officer Lindeman was involved in the stop and the search of the car, in which there's some weight of credibility issues, but it does appear that there's probable cause evidence to believe that the defendant was in, Mr. Williams was in the passenger side and therefore associated with the gun found underneath. But in regards to count one, in count one robbery, there's probable cause evidence from the testimony of the three witnesses, especially Mr. Pride, that during the course of committing a larceny of a PlayStation, it seems like they went over there to talk about a gun and ended up stealing a PlayStation and a cell phone during the course of. But there were guns throughout the process. There were 4 guns throughout the process that have been testified to. It appears that they put both Kimberly Perkins and Andrew Pride, who was assaulted, in fear of the dangerous weapon in the course of a larceny and in all having guns. So I believe that the probable cause standard for Mr. Lamarck, for Mr. Lamarck Williams has been met by probable cause evidence. In count 2, it appears that Mr. Lamarck was also a part of the entering without permission of the dwelling, the apartment complex, the 4801 Duvernay apartment 212. And while entering or present, they did steal something. That appears that they stole a PlayStation and cell phone. That Mr. Lamarck did have a dangerous weapon. And Mr. Pride indicated that he was pistol whipped by one of the assailants, and that him and Mr. Pride and Miss Perkins were lawfully present in the apartment complex, which aggregates it to home invasion first degree for this felony. So that's in count 1 and count 2, and then in count 3, the CCW carrying a concealed weapon in a vehicle to it, a Dodge Charger. That testimony was essentially by Officer Lindeman, who made identification, location, offense, venue, ID, and date as to being the gun was found on the passenger side of the vehicle where Mr. Lamarck was sitting. This is minutes. I think there was a lot of testimony under 10 minutes regarding how when this happened after the event. I believe that that's been met as a probable cause standard. So the defendant Lamarck Williams is bound over to circuit court on count 1, robbery armed as charged, which is a life offense. Count 2, first degree home invasion, which is a 20-year, and count 3, a 5-year felony for the CCW. The court finds by probable cause evidence that the crime's been committed and that the defendant was the person who committed that crime. And so I'll bind that case over to circuit court. And that arraignment date will be set by circuit court in regards to 22-02-936. Any questions on that, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions on that, Mr. Abbott?
No, thank you.
All right. In regards to docket 22-02-946, which is Rico Trevino Martinez, as indicated by the court, there was a identification made by Ms. Perkins into the probable cause standard, which is the subject of the preliminary examination, that this occurred on October 25th, 2022 at the Duvernay apartment complex 4801 in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. On that date and venue and location, identification was made by Kimberly Perkins, indicating that Mr. Trevino Martinez was a person who was armed and came into the house. Sounded like it was they wanted a discussion over a gun, but while they were there, they ended up taking a cell phone and PlayStation. They certainly placed Miss Perkins and then the second witness, Mr. Pride, in fear that of being armed or being armed with a handgun or something to be feigned as a handgun, which is what the elements are required. And so I believe at a probable cause standard, Mr. Pride and Miss Perkins both identified the defendant in regards to that case. Mr. Pride indicated that he had known Mr. Trevino Martinez for at least 8 or 9 times before when he made the ID. As in regards to the other defendant, which I previously spoke on, it was 3 or 4 times. But there was no doubt that he made an in-court identification. And so the robbery by probable cause evidence in the course of committing a larceny PlayStation, assault or put in fear a person present, Andrew Pride and Kimberly Perkins, in the course of that conduct possessed a gun or something to be feigned as a pistol, That count is bound over, and also is the home invasion, which was testified by Miss Pride, Mr. Pride and Miss Perkins, that the defendant, Mr. Trevino Martinez, did break and enter or did enter without permission a dwelling located at 40801 Duvernay, which is in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. While they were present, did commit the larceny of the cell phone and the PlayStation by entering, present, or exiting the dwelling area, and that they were armed with a dangerous weapon. There's been multiple testimony that guns were involved and that the defendant was armed with a dangerous weapon. And Kimberly Perkins and Andrew Pride were lawfully present in the apartment when this happened. So I'll bind over on counts 1 and 2 of file 22-02946, and you will get your date in circuit court in regards to in these matters. Anything in regards to the bind over in district court to circuit court on file 22-02946, Mr. Tamal?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. With that being said, anything else on either one of those files, 22-02936 or 22-02946? Mr. Abbott?
No, thank you.
Mr. Tomo?
None.
All right. That's all for the record in these files, and I will sign the felony bind overs in these matters. Thank you for your appearance today. 22-02869. People of the state of Michigan versus Cole McElhaney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Chief Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Jared Austin, appearing on behalf of Mr. McElhaney. He's present with me at council table.
And sir, you are Cole McElhaney?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Whiskey, this is the time set for preliminary examination today. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would be beginning with the examination today.
Did you want to, Mr. Austin, did you want to place anything on the record?
At this point, Your Honor, it's my understanding that the people will be seeking an adjournment at the conclusion of today's proceedings. I've spoken about that with Mr. McElhaney, and that he wishes to exercise his right to begin his prelim within 21 days of his arraignment, and he knows that the people will be making that request to the court, and the court will rule on that request.
All right, thank you. So it's my understanding we're going to start the preliminary examination today, Mr. Whiskey,
Yes,
and
Your
then you may be asking for a continuance after some witness testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any preliminary matters to come to the court's attention before we get started, Mr. Whiskey, besides the ones we've just discussed?
Nothing. I mean, Your Honor, it may be my intent to add charges and bind over today, depending on the extent of the testimony.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Austin, anything else before we get started?
Other than Mr. Wisty communicated that to me earlier, and I did discuss with Mr. McElhaney about that possibility. It's my understanding he still wishes to begin his hearing today. And it's my further understanding that the people are only intending to call one witness today, so I don't believe celebration would be necessary today.
All right. Mr. Wisty, you can call your first witness today.
Thank you, Your Honor. I call Officer James Olney.
Officer Zolny, I'm going to have you stand right up here and state and spell your last name for the record.
Name is James Zolney, and last name is Zolnai.
Okay, and you have to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a seat here, and I'll ask you to project for recording purposes. Mr. Wisty, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name one more time for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is James Zolnai.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Zolney?
I'm a police officer with the city of Lansing.
How long have you been in that position?
Approximately 5 years now.
Were you working in that position on October 15, 2022?
I was.
When you were working in that position, did you come in contact with a woman by the name of Cynthia Price?
I made contact with her on the 19th of October.
19th of October, you made contact with her?
Correct.
When you made contact with her, did she present you with anything? She
She
give you
did.
anything? What was that?
She did. She presented screenshots of a conversation that she had with the individual that was soliciting sex with a minor.
Your Honor, if I may approach,
You may.
if I may get this marked, I apologize to the clerk as People's Exhibit 1.
All right. We'll mark that as People's Exhibit 1.
For the record reflect and showing the witness with the labeled as plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Can you tell us what those are? Are those the text messages that you handed?
Just to clarify, the original contact on the 19th, she had texted me those photos, which I believe are captured as well. These photos were taken of her phone in person on the 20th. So that particular photo, that is actually her phone, and those text messages were actually photographed on the 20th. So I just want to clarify that.
So what we're looking at is photographs of Mrs. Price's phone of the text. Text message.
Correct, of these photos, that is correct.
Do you recognize the number that those messages were coming from?
I do.
How do you recognize that number?
That number I ran in ZX. It's a law enforcement database that identifies the subscriber information for cell phones. That phone came back to Cole.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
As to the phone number? Response?
I would just tease, I'm asking him how he was able to come to that. Come to that. Because I would argue that goes to the effect on the listener that's also knows that from that, Your Honor.
So you're not using it substantively now. It's being used in order to show what you, so it's not offered for the truth. It's being offered to show why he developed his investigation towards the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Austin, response?
I'll still maintain my objection, Your Honor, because it appears that they would be offering it substantively to connect that particular phone number with Mr. McElhaney. And if the court is inclined to make such a ruling as the people have argued, then I would ask that the court only consider that for that limited purpose and it not be considered substantively when the court makes its decision on bind.
Yeah, if I agree, I mean, at this point in time, if the argument is it's not offered for the truth, it's being offered for the effect on the listener or what drove the detective to the investigation, then I'd only be looking at it as how he developed the investigation toward the defendant, but I wouldn't be using his identification or substantive purpose. Of course, this is the start of it, so I don't know under 104B that this is not going to be linked up with other testimony, but that's the ruling I'll make for this witness at this time. So you may proceed. Yeah. So it's not hearsay by definition at this point.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, because it's not offered for the truth.
Understood, Your Honor. After you identified that phone number, how could you testify again as who you identified the phone number as?
Cole McElhaney.
Did you make contact with this Mr. McElhaney?
I did.
Do you see him here today?
I do, sir.
Did you point him out and identify something he's wearing?
Cole's wearing a dark blue jumpsuit.
Does the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
Any objection?
Or dear, if I may.
You may.
And are you basing that on, did you actually interact with Mr. McElhaney?
I did.
And when did that occur?
On the 21st of October.
Was that a face-to-face interaction?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Okay, without objection, the witnesses identified the defendant. You may proceed, Mr. Wisty.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you contacted Mr. McElhaney for the purpose of the investigation, what did you do first?
He was arrested. And was brought to the Lansing Police Department where I interviewed him.
You interviewed him. Did he mention any of those text messages? Did you ask him about those? What did he say about those text messages?
He advised that he knew he was there for solicitation of a minor. He advised that he agreed to meet with Cynthia. He also advised that they agreed upon a price, that she had asked him to bring items with her. And he bought those items and pulled out the agreed upon price from a bank on the way to see her.
In this conversation, how did this occur? How was he having this conversation?
Via text message.
And when you talked to him, did you ask him if these text messages you have in front of you are those the text messages he had that conversation with?
I asked him if he did have a conversation with her, yes.
Okay. Does that appear to represent the substance of the conversation he said he did have?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I would move to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. It's a series of text messages. I believe it's been authenticated through his testimony.
And this would be moving for admission for
For
non-hearsay.
substance,
Yeah,
for
yeah, for
non-hearsay.
801D non-hearsay purpose. Response.
Yes, Your Honor, I would object, I think, on a couple grounds. One, I would object on grounds of authentication and foundation. They cannot use the statements of Mr. McElhaney to lay foundation for these text messages. These were text messages that were coming from another person, Miss Price. They come from her phone. So they cannot use Mr. McElhaney's statements to either authenticate or lay foundation for that. And I think any foundation or authentication would have to come from Ms. Price and not from this witness, Your Honor, to be able to say these are the actual messages. They are an accurate reflection and depiction of those messages. They have not been substantially changed or altered. I don't believe this witness would be able to testify to that. And furthermore, Your Honor, I believe that these statements purported to be in that text message that are not Mr. McElhaney would be an admissible hearsay.
Response?
Your Honor, his statements are not considered hearsay pursuant to the court rule. His statements can be used against him. I believe the statements he makes are not hearsay. I believe those statements are substantially incriminating as are. Regarding the authentication rule is that there has to be evidence shown to satisfy that this is indeed what it purports to be. Here we've heard the defendant saying that it is what it purports to be. I think it's been satisfied that it's been shown pursuant to the authentication rule that these text messages are indeed the text messages.
One other additional brief
Response.
point, if I may. I wasn't arguing that if the court believes that the defendant's statements in there, that those would not be admissible. What I'm saying is that the statements from Ms. Price in there would be inadmissible hearsay. I just wanted to clarify my point on that.
Thank you. I find exhibit 1 to that which is authenticated as it purports to be by the defendant who can indicate that he's responsible for the contact and the writing of the information in regards to, I think that can be used as 801D evidence of opposing party statement, which is not hearsay. I think that also he can indicate what he understands is his writing, or he can identify it for the officer, which seems that it came from that interview process. So I'm gonna find that it is authenticated, and that for 801D non-hearsay purposes, it is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may permission to publish it to the witness.
You may.
So officers, only if you could just walk us through the statements the defendant makes in those text conversations.
This text conversation starts on October 15th, labeled at the top. It is initiated by Cole, states hi, to which Miss Price says hi back. He asks Miss Cole what her rates are. She provides those rates to Cole. And then Cole asks, do you have any daughters to join us? You're gonna go through the entire.
Yes, if you could summarize when you can, is it evidence
Cole
from
go-
there?
She says, maybe what's the plan? Cole goes on to say that he wants to take a bath and shower with her, that he wants photos of her.
Who is her in this context?
Of a child. He asks, do you have any daughters to join us? He's referring to the daughters. He continues to ask her, are you interested in this? She asks what ages. He says all ages are welcome. 9 to 15 is what I prefer, is what Cole says. But I like under that too. He continues to ask you what ages are available. I have $200 cash, Cole states. He asks for more pictures again, advises at this time that he's in DeWitt and that he can come to Lansing ASAP, as soon as possible. Again, reference, I have $200, it's just for one of them tonight, 1 hour, he says. I'll be back when I get paid, he states. He states, I want to know if your daughters are as tight as their mom. Goes on. I apologize to the court, this graphic language.
Yeah, it's okay.
He states, I want to fuck a little girl tonight. He again asks her what ages, and Miss Price is not responding anymore. He continues to ask question marks he puts, states hi again. He states 200 for 15 minutes and for you and your daughter. Continues to put question marks. He says, okay, whatever. He goes, or just you. I want to be your daughter's sugar. I want to be you and your daughter's sugar daddy, he states. He again states 200 tonight and more on Thursday. He continued, Miss Price is still not responding. He continues to contact her, says, I guess you don't want any money. Continues to contact her. Eventually, Miss Price says hi there. After he says hi again, He asks again, do you have daughters? If so, what ages? To which Ms. Price responds 7, 12, and 14. Mr. Cole states he wants an in-call, which means he wants to travel to her. He asks again if he can have any photos. Continues to ask. Ms. Price asked, what do you want to do with her? And he says, oh, excuse me, let me backtrack. When Ms. Price states 7, 12, and 14-year-olds, when she referenced the ages of the children, Cole states he wants the 7. Again, she asks, what do you want to do with them? He says everything. Then he says mostly oral and touching. Goes on. He continues to ask for pictures. Continue to ask for an in-call service. Says he's serious. Asks again how much. He gets, I got cash. Continues to say he has cash. Guess you're not interested, is what Cole states. This time, the only response from Ms. Price is, my phone died. Can you send a picture of your daughter? Cole states, I'm interested in, Cole states, I'm interested in the 4 of you, referencing the 7, 12, 14-year-old and Ms. Price. Please call me, or please send me pictures of you ladies, Cole states. Ms. Price says, I'm not comfortable with that. Cole goes on to say that he's not setting Ms. Price up, that he will send her new photos of a little girl off the internet to show that he's for real. Cole then sends Ms. Price a photo of, I would estimate her age at 3 years old, of a female completely nude and her vagina is exposed. He says, do you believe me now? She's not responding. She's not responding. He keeps on saying, I guess not. I'm not BS, he states. He can ask her, please send me a photo. If you're not interested, let me know. I'll leave you alone. But then he continues to text her. He said, I hope you are wanting to make money and let me be a good sugar daddy, he states. And then he continues to text her question marks. And she's not responding. She eventually responds and says her phone's died, the charger is broken, and that her kids are staying with her dad tonight. And then can we plan on tomorrow night after dinner? He says, okay. He says, send me a photo. He asked if they are all virgins, to which she responds that she looks like her mother. Again, Cole asks how much. At this time, Ms. Price says $500 each for the college funds. Cole says, if I don't get pictures, I'm not coming. Continues to ask for photos. Talks about a hotel room. When he didn't ask for photos again, Ms. Price states that nothing is free, that she's getting a hotel room. He again asked for photos. Ms. Price sends her a photo of her face.
Based on these text messages, did you continue your investigation?
We did. Cole ultimately sent a photo of his face to help identify and continue the investigation. You want me to keep going?
No, there's evidence. After reviewing these text messages, what was your understanding of the Cole's intent was?
My understanding from reading those text messages was that Cole was attempting to engage in sexual activity with a 7, 12, 14-year-old.
Your Honor, I object to speculation and relevance as to what.
I'll allow it as
Your
going
Honor.
only to the investigation, as to what was the underlying reasons for the continued investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Based on your suspicions, what did you do to continue the investigation?
Ultimately, we set up a phone call between Cole and Price where I recorded it. I asked Ms. Price to ask Cole for 3 specific items to bring with him
Where did this phone call occur?
inside of my vehicle.
Go ahead.
I asked her to ask him to bring baby wipes, cherry Coke, and Newport cigarettes. I further obtained a search warrant for GPS location of Cole's cell phone.
Okay, so what's that? The search warrant, when did you obtain that? Was that before or after the second conversation? with Mrs. Price?
Say that one more time, please.
When you obtained the warrant, was that before or after the second conversation with Mrs. Price?
It was on the 20th, it was before the recorded phone call.
So prior to the recorded phone call, you had a search warrant for his car.
Search warrant
Search
for
for
his
the
phone.
cell phone.
Correct, for the ping on his cell phone.
So what does that mean exactly?
That
You
provides.
can track where he is with his phone once you have that on there.
Yes, sir, provides GPS location.
So that's on there. You're able to track him at his time of your recorded phone call with Ms. Price.
Yes, sir,
And are you able to hear the conversation that he's having with Ms. Price?
I am.
What is that conversation?
He advises to Ms. Price that he's indeed coming down to meet her, and then further advise that he's gonna pick up the items that she requested.
When he's coming to meet her, did he say what he intended?
Not on the phone call, but he did in the text messages.
On the phone call, he just said he was coming down. Was going to pick up the items.
Yes, sir.
After that phone call, how did you continue your investigation?
At that time, the Special Operations Section of the Lansing Police Department obtained 2 hotel rooms at the Candlewood Suites on Forest Road. We set up a contact team inside the hotel room, and we also had officers on the perimeter of the building. We monitored Cole's GPS location as he traveled down 127 and got off at the exit for the hotel. And then monitoring him coming to the hotel, passing the hotel, and then pausing, and then going back up 127 towards Ashley.
What happened from there?
I continue to monitor the GPS location on Mr. Cole's phone. The next day, the 21st, I noticed that GPS was in the vicinity of the hotel again. At that time, the Special Operations team, as well as BCI, conducted surveillance on Cole as he traveled down to the state line at Ohio, as where we were located in that, and then ultimately arrested him once he was back in town. From the vehicle.
When you arrested him in the vehicle, did you find any items?
Cell phone,
Did you find any items you discussed bringing?
not in his semi truck.
Eventually, find those items.
Yes, sir, we did.
Where did you find those items?
Inside his vehicle.
What were those items?
We located a receipt for $500 that was withdrawn from the bank. We also located $500. We located receipts for baby wipes, and we also located the baby wipes. And then the cherry Coke was in his car as well.
This hotel where he was coming to, what city is that in?
Lansing.
What county? Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Morning, officer.
Thank you, sir.
Um, I understand this correctly. Ms. Price reached out to you or law enforcement, is that correct? Were you the initial one that she spoke with?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that she was, how this whole contact or interaction began was through a particular website? Is that right?
That's correct.
And is your understanding that Ms. Price was advertising on a particular website for sexual services?
That is correct.
And what is that website? Do you know?
I believe it was called Skip Again.
And so you said there was a recorded phone call between Ms. Price and Mr. McLean, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were simultaneously listening to this phone call while that was taking place?
That is correct, as well as recording.
And where was Ms. Price physically at while this phone call was taking place?
In my passenger seat, my vehicle.
And how was it recorded? Was there something installed on her phone to do this, or was it some outside recording device that you used?
It's a body camera.
So it
That's
was,
issued by our police department.
so your regular body worn camera, that's how it was captured?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Price was using her phone?
That is correct.
And you were kind of walking her through what to do and what to say, is that right?
That is correct.
And was she following your direction?
She was.
Okay. And you had asked her to ask Mr. McElhaney to bring multiple items, is that correct?
That is correct.
And why did you do that?
I believe that shows intent.
And you said you had obtained, or you're able to see the GPS coordinates of Mr. McElhaney's phone, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you do that by a phone number or by the phone provider?
The phone number. So the phone number is associated to the phone provider, and the phone provider then provides you with locations.
Okay. Do you remember what the phone provider was?
I have to look at the one.
And you said you were speaking and interacting with Mr. McElhaney face to face, is that right?
After we arrested him, I think.
Okay. And when you were speaking with him, where was that taking place?
The Lansing Police Department Operations Center inside of the interview rooms.
And is that the one located in this building or another building?
Wise Road.
Wise Road. And were those discussions you had with him recorded?
Yes, sir.
Audio, video, or both?
Both.
Is that through your body worn camera or is that through a separate recording device in the building?
Axon has a recorded cameras and audio inside the building, those rooms.
And was that something that you had given him Miranda warnings prior to speaking with him?
I gave him the Miranda warning and then I had him sign a Miranda sheet.
And Mr. McElhaney was cooperating with you, is that right?
That is correct.
And he wasn't hostile or angry in any way?
I wouldn't have that during the.
He was answering your questions?
He was.
And you had mentioned something earlier in the text messages about a picture of what you estimated to be a 3-year-old. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I wanted to be clear, was that your understanding that Mr. McElhaney was sending that or Miss Price?
Mr. McElhaney sent that.
And the picture of what you estimated to be a 3-year-old girl, that wasn't a photograph that was sexually posed in any way, but that be a correct statement?
That is a fair statement.
And the events that you were talking about, this was all occurring around October 19th, October 20th?
The conversation text messages start dated at October 15th. That conversation goes through the operation time when we said on the 20th we obtained rooms, and then on the 21st is when we ultimately arrested for.
And what was the name of the hotel where those rooms were secured?
I believe it was called the Candlewood Suite, and I believe it's the 3500 block of Forest Road in the city of Lansing.
And is that something that the police department secured, or is that something that Ms. Price secured?
The police department secured that.
You know if there's a particular name or way that would have been registered or secured?
That would be my lieutenant's responsibility. I couldn't answer to that.
And Mr. McElhaney was never apprehended at that particular location, is that correct?
That is correct.
He never stopped at that particular location, is that correct?
My understanding is that he drove by it twice.
He never actually stopped as far as you're aware?
Not that I'm aware of.
Stop in the parking lot or didn't go in a particular room or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was Ms. Price at that hotel at that time?
She was not at the hotel at that time.
LPD officers there at that time?
Yes, sir.
Have you had interactions with Ms. Price subsequent to this?
I've contacted her once since then.
And when you were speaking with Mr. McElhaney about the conversations or the text messages that he was supposedly having with Ms. Price, were you just talking with him in general about that, or did you actually show him the text messages?
I did not show him the physical text messages. I had his phone in front of him, but I did not show him the text messages.
And you did not show him any text messages from Ms. Price's phone, for example?
I did not show him any text messages.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I believe it's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Wiston?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Right. Without objection, the witness is excused. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you,
today.
Your Honor.
Mr. Wiston?
Your Honor. Let me have a brief moment to confer with the officer. Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll go into recess for just a few minutes.
Or continuance of the preliminary examination allows it to begin within the 21 days, which it has. We would request an adjournment. We would request an adjournment for approximately 3 weeks.
All right, let's go back. We'll go back on the record, docket 220289.
So, words.
869. You did say a lot of words. Now we're gonna say them again. So this 22022869. My understanding, Mr. Wisty, before you were cut off, that we're gonna be requesting an adjournment at this time for additional witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor, and the people would request approximately 3 weeks.
And this was previously discussed, so it's not new. Mr. Austin was made aware that we're gonna start the prelim. We had a witness testify, and then additional proofs were coming in, and there may be additional charges that you noticed to Mr. Austin on the record. All right, Mr. Austin, anything?
No argument, Your Honor. I would just note my objection for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So the court will indicate Officer Zolni or Detective Zolni testified. We've started the preliminary examination within 21 days of date of arraignment. I think this is good cause based on the testimony we heard, that we have additional witnesses and may have additional counts coming concerning this file. So we'll set in a continuance of the prelim out for 3 weeks.
December 1st at 9:30.
December 1st at 9:30. How does that work, Mr. Austin?
It would appear to work. It appears that I'm currently scheduled to be here at this point
Okay,
anyway.
perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so we got lucky there. December 1st at 9:30. Mr. McElhaney, keep in contact with your public defender, Mr. Austin, and I'll see you back here on December 1st at 9:30.
If I just may make
Sure.
an additional request, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
Given that there is an adjournment that's not attributable to Mr. McElhaney, if I could briefly be heard on bond.
Yes, you may. So the adjournment is not attributable to Mr. McElhaney. We have started it, but there was an objection indicating that the adjournment is at the request of the prosecutor, and I'll allow you to be heard on bond.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McElhaney's bond is currently set at $75,000 cash surety, which is an amount that he cannot and would not ever be able to post. What I can say, Your Honor, is when I did an iChat on Mr. McElhaney, I did not see anything other than this current pending case. So it would appear that he does not have any prior convictions, or at least no prior convictions showing up on his public record, as far as I can tell. He does have lifelong ties to the community, particularly the Gratiot County area. He has been gainfully employed. He was so employed when he was taken into custody on this matter. I would just ask the court to take that into consideration and grant Mr. McElhaney lower his bond to a more reasonable amount that he would have an opportunity to post.
Ms. Twisty?
Your Honor, the bond is fine where it is. We've heard testimony today that basically he attempted to engage in a very heinous crime. It's true that he hasn't been caught and convicted of anything like that before. Will not relevant to these charges, at least at this time being brought. There was testimony during that interview where Mr. McElhaney did say to the officer he had engaged in this sort of behavior in real life. I think it's been demonstrated he's a significant risk to this community. Bond is fine as such.
Okay, I'll notice the charges here. There is a lack of criminal history, but this is a life offense of 15-year and a 20-year, based on just what we've heard already. There may be additional counts to come, so I'm denying the request for reduction in bond. Bond will continue at 75,000 cash or surety.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wisty. We're on the record in docket 21-00042. People of the state of Michigan versus Devontae Hanashak. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Hanasak.
And sir, you are Devontae Hanashak?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wisty, this is the time set put aside for a plea today. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Hanusak will be pleading as charged. This is part of a global resolution involving a circuit court matter. I believe it's appropriate to do a concurrent sentencing, and we have no objection to sentencing from the bench.
Okay. Ms. Robinson?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And just before we get, what is your understanding of the current sentence that Mr. Hanachak is under?
He's not getting out until sometime in March. That is when.
I won't be out till March 26th.
March, yeah.
At
That's what I
6
said.
a.m.
Okay, March 26th at 6 a.m., Your Honor.
Okay.
That's for the DV. My program.
So that's a different DV than this one.
Correct, so that it's part of the felony that was
Right.
globally included with this, yes.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Wisty? All right. Ms. Robinson, may I inquire of your client of his advice of rights concerning the misdemeanor plea?
You may.
Sir, you understand that a plea, there's an agreement that you be sentenced under the circuit court sentencing of what you're presently facing. But in this file, the maximum penalty is 93 days under $500.
All right.
Okay.
So 93 days for me being so me speaking clearly.
The most you can do on this file is 93 days. And you probably have some time served already, I would
And it's
assume.
running concurrent, so you're outdated.
Yeah, so what they're indicating is that it doesn't look like you're gonna do any additional time on this file, but you're gonna plead guilty to this file.
So basically, I won't be doing no prison time. Basically, what you're
Not on this file. I don't know on another file, but on this file, your sentence is to run concurrently.
okay. So basically, still running up all the way up to March 26th.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
doesn't change.
yeah, that doesn't, that out date doesn't change, right?
All right.
Okay.
Do I get it tether out?
Not on this
You
charge.
have to wait
Okay.
until March, okay?
So the maximum penalty in this charge is 93 days under $500. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. If your plea is accepted, you will not have a trial of any kind in this matter. So you'll be giving up the following trial rights, and I'll walk you through those, okay? You will not be tried by a jury. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have the witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to question any witnesses brought against you. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Aaron Robinson. She would cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges made against you at trial. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses for your defense. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand these trial rights, sir?
Yes, sir.
If your plea is accepted, you'll be giving up a claim that the plea was a result of any premises other than the plea agreement that we've talked about, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. In fact, you'd be giving up any trial rights or appeals of those rights because we're not going to have a trial today. You're going to plead guilty to the charge. Is that your understanding?
Yeah.
Do you wish to waive your rights? Do you wish to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty?
I don't know about that.
That's part of the plea agreement.
Yes, I will.
All right, perfect. And we've discussed the plea agreement. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Okay, I'm gonna bring your attention back to January 5th of 2021 at 32002 Turner Street, City of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the Turner Street, City of Lansing address on January 5th, 2021?
Yes.
And in regards to a Selena Gonzalez, why don't you tell me what you did in regards to count one, which is domestic violence, which makes you guilty of this information on that day?
I was sitting there watching the kids, and I was watching my little cousin kids because she had to go to work and whatever. And somebody said that I was over there at her house. I wasn't nowhere near her house, but I wasn't even. It was my auntie stay on this side, close to like her.
All right. Did you commit an assault and battery upon
No.
Ms. Gonzalez?
No,
So with the domestic violence,
but I will plead to it though.
no, hold on. Can I talk to him, Your Honor?
You certainly can.
Thank you. Come on, Mr. Hanson.
Possible to move Mr. Lane into recess.
Yeah, let's do Mr. Lane. So we're on the record in docket 22-02881, people of the state of Michigan versus Travis Lane. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jacob Sarge IV, Assistant Public Defender here on behalf of Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane is present at council table. He's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Travis Lane?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for preliminary examination day. Mr. Wisty, how are you proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding defendant will be waiving his right to a preliminary examination. The people will also waive their right. Both waivers are unconditional. That is how we're proceeding, Your Honor.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Sarks?
That's correct, Your Honor.
May I inquire of your client of his advice of rights concerning the preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand you have the right to a preliminary examination in this file. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people of the state of Michigan would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime was committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. Do you understand you have that right within 21 days of your date of arraignment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is my understanding today, according to Mr. Sarts, your public defender and appointed counsel, that you wish to waive your right to a probable cause hearing. You won't have a hearing to contest charges or cross-examine witnesses. You'll be sending this up to another court, circuit court, leaving district court, I'm assuming negotiations are to continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So is it your wish to waive your right to a preliminary examination day?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I find the waiver to be freely, understandingly, and voluntarily made. We've discussed the plea agreement. Negotiations are to continue as far as the prelim being waived. Mr. Wisty, anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sarps?
No, Your Honor.
All
Thank you.
right. So this case will be bound over to circuit court. We'll continue to trial court there. Thank you, sir. Yeah, here's the
Next.
So on the record, docket 22-02598, people of the state of Michigan versus Ashley Burchett. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Scott Nickel on behalf of Ms. Burchett, who is not present.
Okay, this is the time set for preliminary examination today. This was set for 1:30. It's now 1:50. Mr. Witzy, how would you like to proceed?
People would be requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Mr. Nickel?
I would leave that to the court's discretion, understanding, of course, we're here for a preliminary exam and I have no knowledge as to where my client is.
Yeah, this was set for, and we actually set it, I'm still trying to figure out why we set it by itself in the afternoon. We must have thought we were gonna take proofs for that was, because usually we wouldn't set a prelim unless it's a murder or a CSC, But maybe I did it. Maybe I was like, let's just do it. But let's all indicate defendants failed to appear. A bench warrant's issued. Anything else on the record in docket 22-02598, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nickel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your appearance.